Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for March 1st, 2022. Call the meeting to order and ask the clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Griffith?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Councilmember Walser?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. 14B, threat to public services or facilities. 14C, conference with labor negotiator. And 14D, real property, conference with real property negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code sections 54956.9D1, 54957, 54957.6, and 54956.8. We will return at 6:30. Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for March 1st, 2022, the start of St. Patrick's Month. We've been in executive session, calling the meeting back to order. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. There is nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you've been following the news this past week, then you've likely seen or heard about the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the launch of the largest ground war in Europe since World War II. It's unimaginable, the idea of looming humanitarian crisis on hand, as Americans have already spent 2 years trying to survive an unprecedented period of instability due to the global pandemic. And while the conflict in Eastern Europe may be more than 6,000 miles away, we cannot forget about the thousands of active duty military members serving abroad and those who have family or loved ones in Ukraine or in Russia that may be directly impacted by these actions. We continue to pray for peace and pray for those with loved ones facing those uncertain times. Here locally, I want to share a heartfelt thank you to the hundreds of volunteers and city staff who joined myself and Terry and spent countless hours assisting in the 2022 Greater Los Angeles homeless count. I was advised by staff that it was a huge success, especially after the count had been canceled last year due to the stay-at-home orders, curfews, and safety concerns surrounding COVID-19. This year, Torrance was a host city once again for the South Bay region. Data from the count will be used to better understand what services and programs are needed in the area for those experiencing homelessness. And I can't thank our staff enough for being there so late in the evening. And they don't have to do those things. That's not part of their regular job description, but they were there to help volunteers to count the homeless. So maybe we can find a solution to the homeless issues that are addressing not just the city of Torrance, the region, and the entire nation. And speaking of programs and services, the city's inaugural report will be shared during tonight's meeting. I'm looking forward to the presentation and the overview of 2021's year in review. You'll be able to find it online as well if you want to have a look while staff presents the highlights of it. And thank you to those of you joining us tonight via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable. Tonight we continue our hybrid meeting model with City Council and staff meeting in person and the public tuning in remotely. Pursuant to Assembly Bill 361, the City Council and staff may participate in this meeting in person or by teleconference or other electronic means. And in order to protect the public, the City Council and staff, the City Council chamber is closed to the public in the interest of maintaining appropriate social distancing and in order to reduce the risk of spreading COVID-19. The hybrid model of City Council meetings will allow the community to participate from the safety and comfort of your own home. According to the Los Angeles County Public Health Department, COVID-19 numbers continue to improve as the county is now in the post-Omicron surge phase. Local health officials announced just yesterday that following new state recommendations, masking indoors will become optional for schools and local businesses beginning March 12th for those who are fully vaccinated or can show proof of a negative COVID-19 test. This will allow for school districts to decide whether to continue to require masking on campus and during activities. As masking rules continue to ease, the best way to minimize COVID-19 risk and keep your family and friends safe is to get vaccinated if you're eligible. Protect those not yet eligible, like young children, by getting yourself and other eligible people around them vaccinated. And if you feel sick or you have symptoms, please stay home and recover. And finally, testing can give you information about your risk of spreading COVID-19. Consider using a self-test before joining indoor gatherings with others who are not in your household. I'm really proud of our community because of the high level of vaccination that we enjoy. We continue to run normal business for our residents and community. To keep Torrance moving forward, it is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you to those of you who have met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record, but clearly we can't observe them this evening. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable, you may participate by calling in to the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404 and will be displayed on the screen from time to time. Please be patient when calling in. Be aware that our call center is very busy taking multiple phone calls, so you may get a busy signal when you first call in. If that is the case, we ask you to please try calling back in just a moment or two. There will be 2 opportunities for oral communications tonight. You will have up to 1 minute per speaker for items not on the agenda or those on the consent calendar for a period up to 15 minutes. Remember, you can only participate under oral communications once during this meeting. Also, comments on administrative matters as they are considered, we allow up to 1 minute per speaker. We don't have any public hearings tonight, so we won't address that at all. Staff will notify you when your time begins. Time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity. We request that speakers keep their remarks brief and limited to the actual topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we'll have another 15 minutes for oral communication number 2, which will allow up to 1 minute per speaker once again. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Well, thank you. Then we move on with the agenda. The first 2 items on the agenda will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Griffith, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Kalani. I ask those in attendance, please stand.
Please join me as we honor our flag and our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Loving Lord, we give you thanks this evening and ask for your guidance. Help us listen to each other and make decisions that are right and just. Bless those in harm's way, war, illness, homelessness. Provide them with comfort and safety. We are thankful to those who are working to keep us safe and to bring us peace. Let us appreciate what we have and be gracious and understanding of those who might need a little help. Direct your thoughts and choices so that our meeting this evening yields the very best results. Let us have just a moment of prayer for peace. Amen.
Thank you both. We move on. May we have a report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda?
Yes, Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Tuesday, February 22nd.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading.
Move to waive further readings.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn or deferred and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communications. Item 9D, Public Works, approve First Amendment to Measure M multi-year sub-regional funding agreement and appropriate funds to Torrent School Safety and Accessibility Program I-188. 9F, City Manager, discuss and provide direction to staff regarding potential member organizations for the City of Torrance. 9I, City Manager, accept and file City of Torrance 2021 year in review. And lastly, 9J, Public Works, adopt ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code establishing mandatory organic waste disposal reduction requirements as mandated under state law. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We move on to council committee meetings and announcements. First up tonight is Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. The Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee will meet Wednesday, March 2nd, 2022. Staff will be presenting an item to consider conducting a survey of Torrance residents regarding the implementation of a Citizen Oversight Commission to work with the Torrance Police Department. We invite the community to join us for this event via Zoom. The link can be accessed by visiting torranceca.gov/council-committees/employee-relations and clicking on the agenda for March 2nd, 2022. The item will be presented to City Council at a subsequent council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. Good evening. The Finance and Governmental Operations Committee will meet Wednesday, March 29th, 2022. Staff will be presenting the fiscal year 2021-22 mid-year budget review report. This item will be presented to City Council at a subsequent council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe the call center has Commissioner Reynolds.
Call center, do you have Commissioner Reynolds on the line?
Commissioner Reynolds, you are now unmuted. You may begin your announcement.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Bill Reynolds, and I am a Commissioner for the Social Services Commission, here to announce that the Commission will be holding the yearly Toiletry Drive starting on March 21st through April 1st. The drive is to benefit organizations that serve people experiencing homelessness. Donation boxes will be placed in the Torrance City Hall and the Community Development Permit Center and the Katie Geisert Library. Also, the Commission has decided to host a drive-through toiletry drive that will take place on Saturday, March 26th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Collection of donated items will be accepted in front of the West Annex Building located at 3031 Torrance Boulevard, Torrance, California, 90503. The Commission is seeking donations of personal, new, regular-size hygiene items such as soap, shampoo, hand sanitizer, toothpaste, toothbrushes, lotion, lip balm, baby wipes, and deodorant and towels. In addition, they also can use donations of hand towels, bath towels, socks, and blankets. The donation drive will benefit the local organizations as follows: Harper Interfaith, Family Promise of South Bay, and 1736 Family Crisis, as well as Valerie Hernandez, City of Torrance Outreach Coordinator. Anyone with questions can call 310-618-5880 or email socialservicescommission@torranceca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up is our Fire Chief, Martin Cerna.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the monthly reminder that the Torrance Refinery Company will be conducting their monthly test of the Community Alert Siren tomorrow, March 2nd, at approximately 11:30 a.m. As a reminder, this is only a test. The monthly test is described as follows. A 1-minute chime, all clear chime, will precede and follow a 2-minute siren tone. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During a real emergency, when you hear sirens, shelter, shut, and listen. If you're at home and outside, go inside, close all vents, windows, and doors, and listen for instructions from local cable and radio. If driving, continue to drive, close windows and vents, and turn your radio to 1620 AM City Sounds. Listen for the chimes, sounds that signal an all clear. For additional information, please contact the Torrance Refinery Community Relations at 310-212-1852. Again, that's 310-212-1852. We also encourage all community members to sign up for Torrance Alerts. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. Next up is our City Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. The City of Torrance is holding our election on Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. Nominations open February 14th and will close March 10th. Visit the City Clerk's webpage, click on the elections link to see a list of candidates who have been issued and/or have already filed their nomination papers. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We move on to community matters, and 6A is a proclamation. Councilmember Walzer.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a tree hugger, I am more than happy to read this proclamation. Whereas Arbor Day is celebrated nationally to encourage Americans to maintain and replenish our country's vast forests, orchards, and woodlands. And whereas in California, observance of Arbor Week begins on the birthday of Luther Burbank, a famed California horticulturist whose life's labor produced hundreds of plants and trees that have contributed to the natural splendor and food production in our state. And whereas the city of Torrance celebration of Arbor Week is demonstrated daily in its dedication to improving the appearance and quality of life in our community with the planting of trees, which are valuable and attractive assets that contribute to property values in urban areas and play an important role in energy conservation through the provision of shade and humidity that affects the consumption of energy used to heat and cool buildings and homes. And whereas the significant role trees have in sequencing the atmospheric carbon and reducing energy consumption is vitally important towards attaining the state's greenhouse gas emission reduction goals and directly contributes to improving our air quality by removing airborne particles. And whereas trees protect and purify California's limited water resources through surface water runoff reduction and provide essential habitat for much of California's wildlife, including threatened and endangered species. And whereas trees enhance the aesthetic quality of life in urban communities, providing natural buffers for noise and ecological recreation resources for California's youth.
Now therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim March 7th through the 14th, 2022 as California Arbor Week in the city of Torrance, and I urge all citizens to observe and celebrate the week by planting trees for our community and for the benefit of future generations. Signed this first day of March 2022. I believe we have Park Services Manager Tracy Drake and Landscape Manager City Arborist Luis Ochoa at the call center accepting this in person.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Luis Ochoa, City Arborist, Landscape Manager for Public Works. First of all, I'd like to give you an update on our tree planting effort for 2021. Last year, we planted 539 trees. So far this year, we've planted 126 trees so far, which is a great start to the year. In celebration of California Arbor Week, we'll be holding a tree planting event on Saturday, March 12th from 9 to 12 p.m. at the Triangle Meeting at Border and Dominguez Street. We'll be planting a total of 17 trees, and the North Torrance Neighborhood Association and Old Torrance Neighborhood Association, as well as the Girl Scouts, will be joining in the planting effort. You're welcome to come. It'll be a great event. The community is going to be involved in this, which is great for us. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, thank you so much for taking the time to share this recognition, this proclamation in recognition for, in recognizing trees and the importance of trees. It's a beautiful proclamation. I also would like to thank Louis, who is the lead, humble lead of our army of trees. He has opportunities to plant a lot of trees, and we do too, and it's an honor working with you. He is the one who's responsible for making sure that we are Tree City USA, and what an honor it is for the city to be recognized in that way. Trees are, as you mentioned in the proclamation, absolutely critical for the ecosystem services and the environmental protections that they provide all of us. Whether or not we recognize them or not, they are very important to our lives, and we really appreciate that this support. If you're interested in joining us also, you can, as a public member, anybody in the call center or anybody listening online, call my office, sign up as a volunteer, and we will get together and continue to plant trees, not only for that weekend, but any other weekends you would like to participate. I'm Tracy Drake, I'm the Park Services Manager, and my phone number is 310-618-6272. Again, Tracy Drake, 310-618-6272. Give me a call and let's go help the environment together. Thank you.
picture or did you do a drawing? This one. Thank you.
That brings us to oral communication number 1, which is limited to a 15-minute period of time. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, or request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communication number 1 or oral communication number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. We ask you to turn off the volume on any of the listening devices you may be on while you're making your comment. The feedback will be horrible. This is 7:01 and we'll get started.
Call center, you can begin patching in calls.
Cam T, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm calling because I saw that Torrance has announced that you guys are going to vote for an Oversight Commission, and I think that that is a great idea. I think that it will literally only benefit citizens of Torrance. I also think that it's a perfect time considering that, you know, your cops have just had a whole scandal with racist text messages, spray painting swastikas, several lawsuits, and also Torrance has murdered several people, including Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. So I implore y'all to vote yes on creating or doing the survey to create the Civilian Oversight Commission.
Mayor, that caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Jeff P, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I live in Skyline, and the senior and elderly residents are all upset about the rent increases proposed and enacted by Star Management. The reason we are so upset is that we had expectations that the rent would only go up a reasonable and fair amount in the customary and usual manner. This did not happen. When you own a mobile home, you own the home, but you rent the land on which it's on. It's different than owning a stick and mortar house where you get a mortgage, and the mortgage is fixed, and then banks can sell the mortgage to another bank, and the mortgage stays the same. Why should Skyline be sold from one person to another person, and our rent should go up when that is how? This is our home. We are only paying for unimproved land. We should not be forced to.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. TJA, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Hi. Just calling to once again ask the City Council to stop protecting officers Concannon, Chavez, and Kalamado. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was killed within 15 seconds. 15 seconds. And he was being cooperative. These officers opened fire. Christopher wasn't allowed a chance. Create this Civilian Oversight Commission and fire officers Concannon, Chavez, and Kalamado. And while I am a little bit surprised to hear that you're all moving forward with a community survey that directly asks folks who live and move through your community if they're for Citizens Oversight Commission that can serve as a way to hold officers accountable. This is actually really good news. And we're really happy, and it's taken 3 years, but this is good.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pat B, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm glad the Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee vote will be happening tomorrow since Torrance is in such
severe need of an independent civilian oversight commission. After the racist, queerphobic, anti-Semitic messages the Torrance officers have exchanged for years, the officers having admitted in those texts to racial profiling, 2 officers vandalizing a car with a swastika, and several officers murdering civilians, including Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, it's obvious that Torrance PD desperately needs independent oversight to hold them accountable for their oppressive violence towards civilians. That said, the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concan, and Brian Calmoto are their names, along with all the other officers involved in the messaging scandal, need to be fired immediately. They are a fatal threat to black people and other marginalized people in this city. I hope that the Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee will show that they...
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Deborah O., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
We are concerned citizens living at Skyline Mobile Home Park who recently experienced an exorbitant rent increase of 19% in 2 installments for this year. This type of rent increase is not sustainable for most of the low to moderate income residents that live in the park. Because of the unsavory history of the new park owner with previous park acquisitions, we greatly fear future substantial rent increases, which will drive many of us out of our homes while losing home equity to ever-increasing rents. We are asking you, the leadership of Torrance, to place a rent stabilization ordinance in place for mobile home parks in Torrance. The most affordable housing is the housing you already have. Help us stay in our homes. Thank you.
That caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Sarah B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi there. Yeah, also just wanting to voice feeling glad, optimistic about the topic of an independent civilian oversight commission that, it's being given some thought and some consideration, especially after all these years, after the years of murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, years after the grand jury directed you to create a civilian oversight commission, after the racist text scandal, after the state attorney general began their investigation. I will say that the meeting where the decision to distribute that survey is 3 p.m. on a workday when many people are working and not able to participate. But I will again just reemphasize the need for an independent citizen oversight commission. These help complainants and those feel validated. It gives complainants and people that have been harmed by police brutality the satisfaction of expressing their concern. And
that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sheila B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I am calling once again to uplift what the community and what the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell has been saying for 3 years. And I'm happy to see that tomorrow you all will be voting to do a survey. That's a small step in the right direction, but I also have some concerns about the fact that this is at 3 p.m. And, I think it's definitely time that this is something that you all are considering, and I think that it's not it's definitely because of the fact that we've been putting pressure. It's definitely because of the fact that there are lawsuits mounting, and it's definitely the fact that the Attorney General and so many other things are piling up, and it's about time that something be done about this. And so I'm glad that you're taking those steps, and I hope that the Commission makes the right decision to vote yes to move forward with this. And I hope that also residents will vote yes and will respond to the survey positively, saying
that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, everyone. I would like to talk on item 8C, and I would like to know how come the city of, the police department has $309,000 for computers out of this forfeiture assets. So how many people's cars and all kind of assets have been forfeited? And the only good thing is they don't have to use other taxpayers or every taxpayer's money. but please don't approve it. Only approve it if it's no way they can buy spray paint. No spray painting. Remember, they bought spray paint and painted swastikas. Anyhow, and I would like to know how much the Torrance Police Officer Union or whatever.
That caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. 60 M, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I have lived in Skyline for 3 years, and I had to move from my home in Redondo. After 43 years, due to price increases, I am now faced with the unknown and unaffordability again. Everyone here is a senior citizen, and many on fixed incomes. This includes 2 100-year-old veterans. Historically, the new owners have proposed rapid rent increases on fixed-income seniors. California and Torrance need affordable housing. Thus, we are asking for a rent stabilization ordinance. This RSO will prevent fixed-income seniors from becoming homeless and help curb the epidemic of homelessness in Torrance and in California. We would appreciate your consideration in this matter.
That caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann D., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes. So I'm glad to hear that y'all are voting tomorrow on moving forward to do a survey of people about whether or not they would like to see an independent civilian oversight commission. And it's very much time that that's been being done, right? It's been years that you've been told to do this from multiple directions and entities. And it's great. I mean, that's the first step. And there's a lot to reckon with here. You've let a lot pile up, right? And additionally, that meeting being at 3 o'clock tomorrow is inaccessible for most working folks. I mean, I'm going to make it happen, because, but, that's just not accessible or appropriate in that way. And I also want...
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Akili A., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes. It's about time you all are finally doing something that has been called for since 2018. We want to start with the firing of David Chavez and Matthew Concannon for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. But also we want to, and as we have been, calling for, first of all, an independent civilian review commission that's has the resources, and made up of people who have been impacted by police violence. Anything less than that will be, at best, a show, and worst, will do nothing. You all are at this stage not out of a sense of enlightenment. You are here because you were forced to be here by lawsuits and by having one of the worst and most racist police force in the country. So that's the least you can do, is establish an independent civilian oversight commission.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Michael H., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
It's long overdue. It's long overdue that y'all are now taking this vote on a vote for a public safety committee, and the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell need to be fired immediately. And once again, long overdue because of the texting scandal, the mounting lawsuits, and also this meeting tomorrow at 3 p.m., as many have said, is not reasonable, right? Many working class folks cannot make that time. So we hope that you vote yes on the vote for a public safety committee. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Chicken Wing, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now. Chicken Wing, are you on the phone?
Yeah. I'm calling tonight in solidarity with Andy Porkchop. He was instrumental in defeating Mayor Pat Fury's sales tax measure. The last time it was on the ballot, in addition to the voters rejecting the sales tax measure. So how does that make Fury and the police and fire unions feel that the majority of residents of Torrance actually agree with Andy Porkchop and not them? The next sales tax measure is going to be defeated as well. Find some other money, you welfare queens.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself, and this concludes the 15-minute oral communications number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 8, the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? I see none. We had comments about 8C, and we have no comments from the council, so I'll take a motion to accept the consent calendar in its entirety.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Next item is item 9A from the City Manager's Office to provide a COVID-19 recovery update.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chaparyan, City Manager. As of this evening, Torrance has 22,257 confirmed cases, and unfortunately, we're reporting 289 deaths. We continue with our recovery reconstitution efforts, and as you know, the health officer orders have been changing literally by the week. On January 5th, the California Department of Public Health extended the requirements for universal masking statewide from the January 15th to February 15th. And then while California recently ended its indoor masking requirements for vaccinated, LA County health officials have kept theirs placed beyond the state deadline. All indications are the current masking requirements will be modified as of upcoming Friday. So we'll be able to share additional information with the community. In addition, the California Department of Public Health and LA County Department of Public Health extended the deadline requiring booster doses for healthcare workers from February 1st, 2022 to March 1st, 2022. And then earlier today, FEMA extended the 100% COVID-19 federal cost share. The extension will be for an additional 3 months from April 1st to July 1st, 2022. Specifically, this extension allows FEMA to pay 100% federal funding for the cost of activities that have previously been determined eligible from the beginning of the pandemic. Those costs may include the safe opening and reopening, operating of eligible facilities, including schools, and to continue COVID-19 related medical care, vaccination, testing efforts. FEMA will also continue to provide 100% of federal funding for National Guard activities to combat and respond to COVID-19 pandemic. Under Title 32, the National Guard remain under command and control of their respective governors, but funded through the Department of Defense. FEMA has mission assigned DOD to fund Title 32 National Guard deployments, as I've been sure you heard in New Mexico with National Guard helping with teacher shortages. And then following July 1, the federal cost share will shift to 90% rather than the statutory minimum 75%. We continue with our outreach to businesses and the community, and we encourage our members of the community and residents to visit cityoftorranceca.com/reopening. Testing in the city of Torrance is available at various sites, including here at City Hall every other Friday through the curative provider. Del Amo Fashion Center is open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. daily. YMCA of Torrance at 2900 Sepulveda Boulevard is also providing PCR testing. And then 2 CVS locations at 4235 PCH and 1303 West Sepulveda. And lastly, the vaccine update. As a reminder, everyone 5 years of age and older is now eligible to get a COVID-19 vaccination. Everyone age 12 and older is eligible for a booster shot. And then vaccination has proven very effective against COVID-19 variants like Delta and Omicron, according to the CDC. Lastly, the health and safety of our employees, their families, and community members is of paramount importance to the city. I would like to once again thank city staff, our residents for their continued efforts to keep our numbers of positive cases to a minimum. Myself, our EOC Director, and Fire Chief are available for any questions you may have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaparian. Councilmember Griffiths has a question.
Yeah, actually just a comment. Thank you for the report. I know it's an ever-changing environment that we are living in. But in your beginning of your report, you mentioned statistics about the number of cases and deaths, but you don't put it in any context as to how many is that in the last year, last 6 months, or since the beginning. It's a little unclear, and I think it's time after 2 years that maybe we should just be saying in 2022, we've only had this many cases and this many deaths. I think that would be more useful information than just continuing add a number to a bigger number that just keeps looking bigger and bigger and bigger and isn't really showing any progress that we're making. Just a comment. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you, Councilman.
Any other questions from the council? No? About the call center? Anybody called in on 9A?
Mayor, there's no.
Item 9A. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. There's no callers. I'll take a motion to accept and file the COVID-19 recovery update.
I move to accept and file item 9A.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9B, as in Bravo, from the city attorney and the city manager to review and determine the need to extend a local emergency related to COVID-19. From staff.
Good evening, Jocelyn Saragoomba, Deputy City Attorney with the Torrance City Attorney's Office. This is a standard item, 9B, from the City Attorney, City Manager to review and determine the need to extend a local emergency related to COVID-19. This is a standard item in order for the city to continue to obtain state and federal reimbursements, and also allows the city to continue to implement orders, rules, and regulations related to the COVID-19 emergency. The recommendation is 1, review the need for extending the local emergency related to COVID-19 that was proclaimed on March 12, 2020, and adopt a resolution extending the local emergency.
Thank you. And any questions for staff? I see none. Call center, any calls on item 9B as in Bravo?
Yes, Mayor. Transferring the call now. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, everyone. I would just like to put my dime in here. I'm very happy we're doing pretty good coming out of this pandemic. But today I went to the store and almost everybody did not even wear a mask inside the store. Of course, that was in Redondo Beach because that's where I'm shopping. But I think we should be very cautious. And, you know, I wear masks because other people and my wife and my family. So I encourage you to follow the guidelines what government provides us because, you know, we are living in America and, you know, not an independent state. So better to follow the rules because that's for our safety and our health. Anyhow, thank you very much.
Any other calls?
Yes, Mayor. Transferring the call now. Chicken Wing, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, medical emergencies don't last for 2 years. This is an emergency of the making of the government. This is all strictly just to generate more revenue and be able to exert more power, control, and authority over the public. This is a virus that 99.8% of people survive across all age groups. It's time to end this tyranny and get back to freedom.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself, and this concludes callers for items 9B. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-22. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying and extending the existence of a local emergency regarding COVID-19 in the City of Torrance.
I move to adopt Resolution 2022-22.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9C. Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll be recusing myself on this item. Please call me when it's over.
Item 9C is from Community Development to adopt a resolution terminating agreements for real property at 3400 and 3440 Lomita Boulevard. Mr. Martinez.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Oscar Martinez of the Community Development Department. The request before you tonight is a recommendation from the Community Development Director that City Council adopt a resolution terminating certain agreements related to soundproofing requirements. When the buildings at 3400 and 3440 Lomita Boulevard were approved, conditions of approval were included to provide double-glazed windows for sound attenuation, with appeal rights to the Planning Commission. An acoustical study was completed and determined that single-glazed windows would be sufficient, and an agreement was reached between the city and the owners of the buildings for an easement and performance bond to do the work should double-glazed windows be required. At the January 19, 2022 Planning Commission hearing, MOD 21-005 was approved to remove the conditions of approval as the initial step to terminate the agreements and easements, as no complaints or sound issues have been raised throughout the life of the buildings, and they still provide single-glazed windows. Conditions of approval were included to ensure that future tenant improvements continue to comply with the city's noise ordinance as well as the California building codes. To formally terminate the easements and agreements, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the attached resolution. I am available for any questions, as well as the applicant and the representative who are on the line as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Anybody in the call center?
There are
Item
no
9C.
callers in the call center for items 9C. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no questions from council, no questions from the call center, may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2022-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, terminating certain agreements and easements related to soundproofing requirements between TorMed and the City of Torrance at 3400 to 3440 Lomita Boulevard.
I move to adopt resolution 2022-23.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths recusing and Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Hold on while we get Councilmember Griffith back. Councilmember Griffith has rejoined us, and we're moving on to item 9D as in Delta. This is from Public Works to approve a First Amendment to Measure M multi-year sub-regional funding agreement and appropriate funds to Torrance School Safety and Accessibility Programs. From staff.
Good evening, Shin Furukawa from Public Works. Item 9D is a recommendation to approve Amendment Number 1 to the Measure M multi-year sub-regional funding agreement with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority to accept an additional $2,157,200 in Measure M grant funds and to appropriate these funds to the Torrance School Safety and Accessibility Program I-188. In 2019, Metro awarded approximately $5 million in Measure M grant funds for the first 4 years of a 5-year program to improve infrastructure in neighborhoods surrounding 6 elementary schools throughout the city. The improvements include sidewalk repairs, curb ramps, high visibility crosswalks, pedestrian signal improvements, and bicycle facilities to encourage pedestrian and bicycle modes of transportation to the schools. This amendment provides additional Measure M grant funds for the 5th year of the program. The grant requires a 14% match, which has already been appropriated in the adopted capital budget. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Griffith?
Yeah, thanks for the report. I just had a quick question, and that was, how are the 6 schools listed here picked?
We selected one elementary school in each council district, and we also considered prior projects as well as future planned sidewalk projects.
Great, thank you.
No other questions from council? Then we move on to the call center. Anybody on 9 Delta?
Yes, Mayor, we'll transfer the call now. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, it's Pork Chop again. I'm very happy you guys get this grant again and spend every taxpayer's money. And this is all your fault because you had school barns and more people coming to schools here and causing more trouble. Come here and check it out, the traffic on Pacific Coast Highway close to Enzo Avenue and see what you have done. I suggest use all this money for an overpass and, overpassing the whole city of Torrance because everybody coming to the school districts from Lomita, Wilmington, Harbor Gateway, and so on. People who live here and pay the taxes cannot even get out of their house. The sidewalks are okay. We can walk. Anyway, I use my time.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. And this concludes callers for items 9D, as in David. Thank you.
Thank you. No other conversations. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director.
Motion to concur?
Second.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9E from the City Manager and the City Attorney to adopt a resolution authorizing virtual City Council, Commission, Committee, Board, and other city bodies meeting under AB 361.
Good evening, Your Honor. Item 20, City Manager. Item 9E is a recommendation of the City Manager and City Attorney that Council, 1, adopt a resolution making findings and determination under AB 361 for the continuation of virtual meetings and authorizing virtual City Council, Commission, Board, and other city meetings pursuant to AB 361. And 2, approve continuation of waiver to conduct virtual meetings. And 3, report 30-day findings to continue virtual meetings in compliance with AB 361. Thank you, Your Honor. Staff's available for any questions. This is a routine item we bring every month.
Thank you. There's a question from Councilmember Griffith.
Just as this is a routine item, I have a routine comment, and that is I'd like to see at least the commission and other smaller meetings that typically don't have much public be back to in person. I realize the complications that are involved in city council meetings, but I can't support this in general.
Any other questions from council? If not, anybody from the call center on item 9E as in Edward?
Yes, Mayor, we have a few callers. We'll transfer calls now. Sheila B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
So let's be honest and let's be real. You went back to virtual meetings because of Black Lives Matter, because we showed up and we disrupted business as usual because you disrupted a life. It had nothing to do with COVID. And you don't want to deal with us. And guess what? We don't want to deal with you either. So I don't know, why don't you create a Stability and Oversight Commission so that we actually have an appropriate venue to be able to talk about policing issues and we don't have to listen to you drone on about police officers getting awards and coyotes. Both people will be happy. But let it be known that we will stay on you regardless of what happens with the vote tomorrow. If you vote against it, we will continue to be on you until you create a Stability and Oversight Commission. Because the reality is that you just don't want to deal with us, but pressure is mounting, and it's because of us. It is because of us. It is the death of a...
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sarah B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, thank you. I'm calling to point out that it seems like a majority of your council members don't really believe in the seriousness of COVID anyway, or maybe that's just Matucci and the loud minority, but you could still yeah, you still continue to prevent the public from participating in city council meetings in person. I know other of your city meetings in the past couple of months have also been in person, but not your city council meetings. And again, just reiterating that it's important for members of the public to be able to provide feedback and make demands of you face to face, because it is they who are in power and who should be making demands of you as their representatives. And to me, it just seems like this is another way for you to evade accountability and transparency by continuing virtual meetings. And yeah, just wanted to say that. I yield my time.
That caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Pat B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'd just like to go ahead and echo the last two callers. It's pretty obvious that the main reason why you've been sticking with virtual meetings is to try and avoid dealing with Black Lives Matter and their supporters as much as you possibly can. And ironically, you're stepping on your other residents' ability to communicate with you as well and give public comment, which is unjust to everyone. So one more reason to follow through and vote yes on sending out that survey tomorrow, because once we have a civilian oversight commission to address, instead of having to deal with all of you, we'll take this to them. As well, unless you pull more bullshit, of course, that we need to address with you. So if you don't want to deal with us, vote yes tomorrow on that survey and let your residents have an opportunity to have the independent oversight for their police that they actually deserve. And go back to meetings that...
Mayor, there's one more caller coming in. Please hold. Orchop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I almost did not get in, but thank God they passed me through. Anyway, I'm pretty cautious with this pandemic, and I wear mask, but I think this is all pet furries BS, not to let the people in and observe the meeting and speak up, and we have to go through this bullshit phone call center when we get in or get in not. And also the pet furries bullshit, then we can get only 1 minute. And how do we talk on things what is like on the constant calendar and so on. So this is just pet furries BS, and all of you go around with it to keep the public away from expressing their opinion and views. So shame on you, pet furry. We all know this is your BS. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turda.
Mayor, this concludes callers for items 9E as in Edward. Thank you.
All right, we move on, and may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, to implement teleconferencing requirements during a proclaimed state of emergency for all City Council, Committee, Commission, Board, and other city meetings pursuant to Assembly Bill 361.
I move to adopt resolution 2022-24.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no and Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9F as in Frank, from the City Manager's Office to discuss and provide direction to staff regarding potential member organization for the City of Torrance. From staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Eleanor Jones, City Manager's Office. This item is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council discuss potential member organizations for the City of Torrance. Currently, the City of Torrance has been a member of various organizations, governmental agencies at the local, state, and federal levels. Some of those agencies include South Bay City Councils of Government, West Vector Control District of Los Angeles County, League of California Cities, U.S. Conference of Mayors, and others. Attached to your item is a list of all of the agencies that the city belongs to, with a brief summary of what they provide, their background, also the membership dues and the benefits to the city. At the January 25th, 2022 council meeting, Councilman Griffiths requested that staff would research other potential agencies for the city to join. Staff explored and identified three such agencies. One is the California Contract Cities Association. The other is the Independent Cities Association. Both of those organizations are at the state level. The National Association of Regional Councils, that's at the federal level. What I would like to do right now is to provide a brief overview. Supplementals were distributed today with information on California Contract Cities Association and also additional information from independent cities as well. I would like to get started with the California Contract Cities Association. It's comprised of over 70 California cities throughout Los Angeles and Riverside County. Benefits of membership, stability. It has had 3 executive directors over the 64 years it's been in operation. It has a solid member base and a strong support of corporate sponsors. It has strength in numbers. 75 cities from Los Angeles and Riverside counties are members, and they also have 60 associate members. Many of those are corporations. They continue to grow. In the last 5 years, 9 new cities were added. The advocacy that they focus on is aggressive advocacy at both the state and local level. Affordable membership dues, which is $5,500 for the current fiscal year, and that's based on our population size of the city of Torrance. Their legislative priorities include many of those that we are aligned with as well. Local control, housing, land use development, post-pandemic and economic recovery and maintenance, homelessness, mental health and addiction, energy and utility, public safety, and water. So that's the highlights regarding the California Contract Cities Association, and they're currently in Sacramento doing their state legislative tour. Independent cities, this evening we have with us Councilman Erickson from Culver City, and he's also an ICA member, and he will provide a brief overview of the organization. And he's on the line, he called in.
Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight. I'm Council Member Göran Eriksson. I'm also the president of the Independent City Association. As you heard, I'm a council member from Culver City. You have received the brief PowerPoint that we sent you. So ICA is a membership organization that is focused on public safety and education, and we actually cooperate very closely with contract cities because we have a little different purpose in the Southern California area, and we are operating in Southern California. So our focus is on public safety, and when I say that, I mean police department, fire department, and emergency operating centers. We also focus on education, meaning that we try to learn from each other and improve our understanding as council members on what we can do to support, enhance, and change the operation of our different departments within public safety. We also focus on infrastructure, and of course, in this whole public safety, homelessness is coming in more and more. So as you see on your PowerPoint there, page 4, it's really a networking organization, but we do 2 big seminars every year, and we have one coming up now, which is in April 1st to 3rd in Indian Wells, and that's our specifically focused on public safety. For instance, we're going to have Michael Schellenberger there, who is the author of a book that's called San Francisco, and he deals with the whole homeless issue, and his argument is that we are dealing with that in a we should deal with it in a different way. So he's going to be one of our keynote speakers. We also have a couple of others. We have a number of panels dealing with the issues like, for instance, the increased crime rates. We're dealing with opening and closing an emergency operating center. It's all educational. And for me personally, I just going to tell you that in 2019, I was at our summer seminar, and the Glendale Police Department mentioned that, we're starting to implement Narcan in all our patrol cars. And, Narcan is this wonder drug in a sense that if someone has an opioid overdose and basically is unconscious and going the wrong way, applying Narcan revives them and brings them back. And I brought that back. Our city council and PDs thought that was a great idea. We now have Narcan in every patrol car in Culver City, and for the last 18 months, it's about 18 months since we implemented, it has been applied 17 times, and 16 times our PD has been able to revive the overdosed person. This is just my personal experience of what the value I got out of going to these seminars and being part of ICA. So the networking, and a lot of the cities that are close to you, Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan, they all are very active members in ICA. So I really would encourage you and would welcome you back. You was a member once. And it's not either or with contract city or independent city. We actually have very different focus. Independent city, we are not a lobbying. We cannot lobby. We do not lobby. We just educate and train and share experience and sort of find the best of class. So I hope you will rejoin us, and I would love to welcome you in Indian Wells on April 1st to the 3rd. So thank you for allowing me to speak in front of you.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. Appreciate you contacting us and giving us information.
One bit of information I do want to give, the membership dues for ICA is $6,176 per year. Again, it's based on our 2020 census count. So I just wanted everyone to know that as well. The last organization that I'll highlight will be the National Association of Regional Councils. This serves as a national voice for regions by advocating for regional cooperation as the most effective way to address a variety of issues. The National Association of Regional Council members include regional councils, councils of government, regional planning and development agencies, metropolitan planning organizations, and other regional organizations. Members work collaboratively with their communities, large and small, urban and rural, to address the citizens' needs and to promote regional approaches to planning for the future. NARC provides its members valuable information and research on key national policy issues, federal policy developments, and best practices. In addition, the association conducts training sessions, conferences, workshops, and webinars for its members. Major issues of focus includes transportation, environment and energy, public safety and economic development. The National Association of Regional Councils conduct regional focused conferences, committees and working groups, and information and assistance to members. The membership dues is $735.34. At this point, I will turn the discussion to your honorable body to provide direction to staff on these organizations.
Thank you. I think we have questions or comments. Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for putting all this information together that I requested back in January. And the real reason for my request was that I don't think we've ever talked about all of these different organizations in one meeting. We talk about some of them at some meetings, and I wanted it kind of all brought together for one common discussion, just because, A, it's a lot of money that the city's spending every year on all these different organizations. And I think under the circumstances of our current budget situation, I think we should potentially reconsider some potential participation in some of these, or switch participations as the council deems appropriate, in an effort to best utilize our funds. The other point that's of importance that really wasn't part of the discussion is that we already employ lobbyists both at the state and the federal level who work for us and gather information and report to us on what's happening both in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C., and we're able to communicate with them, and they provide us a great deal of assistance with issues state and federally, which is somewhat redundant of some of the organizations that are listed here provide for us. And the other thing that's important to know is some of these organizations that we are members with, we could actually still participate and not be a member, and we would have to potentially pay a higher fee to attend seminars and things like that as a non-member, but we would not be locked out from participating if that was the desire of the council. So a couple comments that I did want to make that were further inspiring me to bring this up is, as many of you know, I've been very involved in the issues related to local control, which has been a very big, our council's been very unanimous about protecting local control. And one of the organizations that we pay an awful lot of money to is the League of California Cities. And we currently pay them $31,000 a year. And we've all agreed that local control is tremendously important to us as a city and a city council. And I, for one, based on my experiences with the league over the past 2 years, have found that they're not even upholding their own basic mission statement. And I'm going to read that mission statement to everybody just so we know what it is. But the mission statement of the California League of California Cities, or Cal Cities as it's currently called, is it's a simple 2-sentence mission statement. Our mission is to expand and protect local control for cities through education and advocacy to enhance the quality of life for all Californians. Our vision is to be recognized and respected as the leading advocate for the common interests of California cities. Well, it's a great mission statement, and I fully stand behind that mission statement. However, their actions, in my opinion, have not matched up with their own mission statement. In fact, I don't think they've been very good advocates for protecting local control based on my experiences with them, and I've been attending many different board meetings and other committee meetings. I've met with many of the league's staff in relation to some of the issues that we've been dealing with on the housing and so forth. And I just find that there's a very strong lack of support for the city's position on these, and they seem to be taking more of the state's position on these, and I find that contrary to their own mission statement. And one last thing that just I want to mention is myself and another founder of another organization in Northern California, Susan Kirsch, the founder of Catalyst, also an organization out to try to protect local control for cities. We submitted a proposal to speak at the Cal Cities upcoming City Leaders Summit in May. And the topic of our discussion that we wanted to present was land use and zoning. Who should be making the decisions? And ironically, or maybe not ironically, the league decided not to support us for being speakers at their event. So that further tells me that they're not too interested in the local control position as much as they say they are, or their mission statement says they are. So I'd like to just bring that up for my points of observation. And I've also had the great opportunity to meet with Councilmember Erickson from the independent cities. A big difference between Cal Cities and independent cities is Cal Cities is a statewide organization. The independent cities is primarily local, Southern California-based cities. And one of the things I've seen in dealing with the league is that there are significant differences between Northern California cities and Southern California cities in how we operate our desires and our goals. And I think that's creating some of the difficulties that the league is having with deciding direction and so forth. But I've noticed that in talking with several people in the independent cities, they seem much more focused and cohesive and centered on the things that are important to us as a city because they're focused in Southern California. So I'm going to make a pitch that we seriously consider joining Independent Cities Association and potentially consider withdrawing from the League of California Cities. And that's the comments I wanted to share with my colleagues, and you guys can have further discussion and see what you think. Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments? Questions? Councilmember Ashcraft?
Thank you. Yeah, in looking at this and knowing that there are seminars that we can go to as non-member council members, to most of them, I agree with Councilman Griffith on this item. It's a lot of money. It's over $31,000, and we have professional lobbyists that work with us, and they give us wonderful reports and are very receptive to everything that we talk to them about. So that's all I have to say.
Anybody else? Well, one of the things when we've been a member of Cal Cities, I would have to say more than 25 years, maybe 30 years, longer than that. It's an organization that represents, as you mentioned, council member, all the cities in California, or all the member cities in California, whether they're Northern California, Southern California, or even further south California. I forget the total number, but it's in the range of about 400 different cities that have different wants, desires, needs, and positions on different papers. It's very difficult to agree with absolutely everybody. I see there's probably a benefit to have other organizations, but I think you were here when we did away with the ICA because nobody really wanted to be a representative. There's a time commitment involved in each and every organization that we're involved with, whether you're the voting member or you're the representative. I know we had ICA members who went to it each and every time, and that was years ago, and then all of a sudden nobody wished to become a member. They didn't wish to go to their seminars. They didn't wish to go to their Southern California or Mid-California conferences, and those are expensive in themselves. So, you know, although there's a number there, I see the benefit of the Cal Cities because you have a much broader range of commitment and contacts. The City Managers Association, City Managers Group of Cal Cities is very, very robust. Lots of information is obtained there, but because they don't agree with one of your issues is really not the, you know, you can't lobby for something that the greater mass doesn't agree with. If 50 plus 1 want an organization to do something, then that's what they do. I think in this last issue where we're talking about local control and zoning issues, they have spoken pretty loudly that it's impossible for them to accede to all the wishes of each and every city member that's there. You know, if you want to have a group of like-minded people, you put together a group. But if you want to expand your horizon and learn about other organizations, other agencies, other cities, you have to expand your group that way, that group. So I see the benefit in all the organizations. It's just a time commitment. No one wants to stand by and say, okay, every Thursday night, but or the first Thursday in every month, you're going to go to a meeting. We have to have a commitment from a council member. And that's what I said at the time. I was not going to be the representative. Someone had to step forward to do it. And no one wished to step forward, so we removed ourselves from the organization. Mr. Shakarian?
Your Honor, I was trying to see, Manager, if I may, as council is deliberating and considering the options, I can confirm that these annual memberships are the calendar year. We recently sent our payment, so something to consider. We are going to bring the state and federal advocacy contracts before your honorable body. And we are also budget conscious about our expenditures and the fiscal constraints facing the city. I also want to note we have an election coming up on June 7th with potential significant turnover on this honorable body. And part of that collaboration and onboarding may be through both 2 points. Budget discussion, let us bring this back and verify which agencies, when the membership is up, is there a proration? Is there an option for us to a la carte attendance to conferences or seminars, because we do have value in all of these. I know personally, been involved, both the subcommittees, employee relations, public safety, as well as the city managers group. And then the second piece is seeing, again, educating our new council members and giving them a chance as well to chime in. Just want to give you some additional consideration points. Thank you.
I think even Cal City is one of those things, is they do have a program for an education for newly elected council members.
That is one of their hallmark programs for onboarding new mayors and council members.
Yeah, so it may be in our best interest to at least wait and have an opportunity for new council members to have an opportunity to see if they want to attend that, to get that information.
One other thing to consider as far as the membership is concerned, some are fiscal years, some of the memberships are calendar years, and some are federal calendar years. So they do vary, and the funding would come out of 2 different fiscal years for those that, are a calendar year.
And we are coming up to budget talks in May, right?
Yeah.
Councilmember Walser?
Just a quick question for clarification. As you mentioned, they have different years that they go by. Are their memberships prorated in any fashion?
Councilman, they're typically based on population through a formula allocation. Most of the ones we belong to. We can ask that question as a follow-up.
Okay. So my question was, if someone has a calendar year and you join in June, do you pay for the whole year and kiss off the first time?
We can verify.
Okay.
Yeah, if there's a proration element, if you cancel early, or cancellation fee, or you paid in advance for the whole year. Thank you.
That suffice? Councilmember Chen?
Thank you, Mayor. I think from our group here, I probably attend a lot of outside meetings as well as a member of the COG. I think last month, I actually attended the Transportation Committee meeting, the Steering Committee meeting, and the board meeting. So that was 3 additional ones in 1 month, and it's in addition to preparing for our meetings, it is quite a bit. I would have to say, when I first got elected in June 2018, I did find that the conferences at the League of, or the Cal Cities conferences and the National League conferences were helpful for me. The thing is, you need to have, I believe, a realistic expectation. When I go to these big conferences, I tell other people who's been there, if I could just take one thing out of it, I think that's a win. I don't go in there expecting that I'm gonna go to 10 seminars and get 10 nuggets. I think if I just get 1 nugget, bring that back for myself to be a better community councilman, I think that's a win. So far it's been okay. It's hard. It's always hard to determine what is good and bad, but I think the groups that we belong to right now is pretty good from what I see. What I don't have insight is, when I looked at this, is the sanitation district and the West the vector control one. I don't know who's. I think Councilman Griffith is part of it. Maybe a comment. Are those should we consider those as options or not? Because I don't know, since I'm not part of it. So thank you very much.
They're actually statutory organizations that were involved with Councilmember Griffith.
And there's no cost.
Yeah.
To us.
No cost at all, because they're agencies. It's a county. Well, it's kind of a county agency, and vector control and sanitation district is a kind of a county agency as well.
Thank you very much.
Anything else? Anybody in the call center?
Yes, Mayor, I have 1 caller begin to transfer. Court Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Well, it's kind of interesting that Mr. Griffiths wants to get out of the LA County and this and that, and have organizations getting out of LA County and local control and be independent. But what is it more independent than that, joining an organization on independent California cities? So if you're independent, what the hell are you joining any organization? That way you're not independent. But in my opinion, all this stupid membership should be scrapped, get rid of it, snap out of it. The only loser would be Pat Furry, that he would lose the chance to appoint himself to represent our city. Our taxpayers going to be the winners if you get out of all this organization, and Pat Perry could.
That caller was disconnected because his time was up, and there are no more callers for items 9F. Thank you.
Only Mr. Turda. Thank you. How would the council like to proceed? Councilmember Griffin.
Maybe we could proceed with a commission or a group by group discussion and just get a general sense of council members' desire to participate or not participate. And obviously, if we've already paid, then we would consider that for at a future time. Just to get a sense of where we all stand on each of the different committees, starting with the ones that we are already members of.
I would more or less go along with what our city manager brought up, is that it'll be a new council that'll be here within 100 days. 98 days, people will be voting for a new council, and let those people decide what they want, and they'll have it all in front of them. And it'll be part of the budgetary discussions in May. Why do we waste time going through each of these, which may be moot when we come back with a new council in July?
If no one else is going to speak, I'll go ahead and make a motion then at a minimum that we would consider joining the Independent Cities Association because I believe that that's an organization that we can work very, very closely with and are much more synergistic with because of the fact that they're all Southern California-based cities. And I think that from talking to the folks there, I think they're a group that really supports some of the issues, especially in regards to local control, far better than the league, and unless the council would like to suggest other options, but that was the minimum option I would like to see.
And I would second that recommendation to hold what we have for now for the new council, but also to join that.
Start voting, please.
I'd like to pose a question first before we take the vote. And the question would be, are you willing to be the representative for that?
I'm willing to do that, absolutely.
Okay. You heard him.
Good for my word.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Chen voting no and Councilmember Matucci absent.
Okay. The next item on
If I may,
yes, sir.
we didn't allocate funding for this item. If we can bring it part of our mid-year as a program modification to dedicate the specific funding for the committee membership.
A little thing like money, yeah. I think that's what we have to
Housekeeping.
do, yeah. With a commitment. Next item on the agenda is item 9F from the city. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that was 9F. On to 9G. 9G is in George, from the city manager to review summary and impact of state ballot measure restricting voters' input and local taxing authority and adopt a resolution opposing state ballot measure. From staff, Ms.
I'm
Jones
still
again.
here. I'm presenting 9G. Again, Eleanor Jones, City Manager's Office. This item is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council discuss the impact of the state ballot measure restricting voters' input and local taxing, and 2, adopt resolution opposing state ballot measure. This item is a follow-up to the request made on February 8th, 2022 by Mayor Fury for concurrence of council to join the League of California Cities to discuss this ballot measure and adopt a resolution opposing this measure. Currently, efforts are underway to gather the required signatures for the State Attorney General to issue the official title and summary for the measure restricting voters' input and local taxing authority. The League of California Cities, businesses, and labor organizations are making a concerted effort to oppose this measure. Once again, this is an attempt to minimize local control and limit local revenue authority. In summary, this measure would limit voter input, authority, and accountability. It restricts local fee authority to provide local services, restricts authority of state and local governments to issue fines and penalties for violations of law, restrict local taxing authority to provide local services. For the past several years, there has been a direct attack on local control, revenues, and autonomy, and it continues. And all of you have participated and seen the detrimental efforts to reduce local control. And we have to stand up for having control over our city. It is recommended that City Council adopt this resolution indicating the city's opposition to this state measure. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Any questions from the council? I see none. Anybody in the call center?
Yes, Mayor, I have one caller. We'll begin to transfer him now. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
It's me again. It's very interesting. None of you have a question or talk about these things, but that shows what kind of people you are. And it also shows what kind of people you are when you, under the United States control, the federal government, the state government, and the local, like LA County government, you don't like it a bit. And when you have to go along with the laws and regulation they pass along, you wonder that how come the people don't like to go along with your local control and your local measure. And by the way, all this housing and BS bullshit and whatever you try to blind the people, you are the major enforcers of the overbuilding, more unit and
That caller was disconnected because his time was up, and this concludes callers for items 9G. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's to the Republic. We'll take a number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, expressing opposition to the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act, AG number 21-0042A1.
I move to adopt Resolution 2022-25.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9H from the city manager to adopt a resolution implementing changes relating to employer-paid member contributions to Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, for Torrance Police Commanders Association. From staff?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jamie Lai, City Manager's Office. Item 9H is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution implementing Government Code Section 20636 pursuant to Section 20691 relating to employer-paid member contributions to Public Employees Retirement System, which is CalPERS, for Torrance Police Commanders Association. To comply with the California Code of Regulations, Section 569, regarding the employer-paid member contributions, CalPERS requires that employer-paid member contributions must be authorized in a written labor agreement, which specifically provides for the normal member contributions to CalPERS be paid by the employer and reported as additional compensation. This item is not changing any benefit, but simply ensures we have the correct documentation on file to comply with CalPERS requirements. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Anybody in the call center for this item?
No callers in the call center at this moment, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have a number and title in, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-26, A resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, implementing Government Code Section 20636C4 pursuant to Section 20691 relating to employer-paid member contributions to Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, for Torrance Fleet Commanders Association, TPCA.
I move to concur with the recommendation of the city manager and adopt resolution 2022-26.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9I, as an Isaac from the city manager's office to accept and file our City of Torrance 2021 year in review. From Mr. Santana.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Danny Santana with the City Manager's Office. Before you this evening is the first ever Torrance Year in Review report. Next slide, please. This annual report provides a high-level view of projects and divisions across all 13 city departments. The intent is to communicate the breadth of city services provided by the public full-service city within the 2021 calendar year. Next slide, please. As your honorable body and reviewing public will see, information is presented in various forms. They include narratives, statistics, and my favorite, visual imagery of the beautiful city we call Torrance. This approach is used to allow the public to engage with both the environment and the city services, and to ensure the content is as engaging as it is informative. Next slide, please. The report was designed to provide a convenient manner in which to learn about a particular department, a division, or project. QR codes have been embedded to allow for easy scanning with a smartphone device or clicked on a digital template. Next slide, please. A very limited print run was completed to be mindful of both costs and the environmental footprint associated with the report. That said, the report is easily found on the city's main webpage, torranceca.gov. With Council's concurrence, staff will disseminate the report leveraging all city social media handles. Next slide, please. Despite continued challenges presented by the pandemic to our residents, our businesses, and the city finances, these imageries provide insight as to many important city services that continued with minimal to no interruptions throughout the entire pandemic experience. Next slide, please. As Torrance public servants, all departments and their teams take great pride in continuing those efforts in delivering top quality services despite budget cuts, staffing turnover, and numerous held vacancies. Next slide, please. Although Torrance has long prided itself as being an organization that looks forward, it's helpful to reflect where we've been in order to best inform where we need to go. This report is part of an expanded effort directed by the council and the city manager to pursue that mindset of continuous improvement and to engage with the public we serve in new and visually engaging ways. Like most initiatives, there are a number of people behind the city scenes that contributed many hours to make this report a reality, sometimes behind a monitor, sometimes behind a camera lens. The city manager would like to recognize those individuals that helped make this report, including our General Services Department Director, Sean Mekardishian, and his Central Services team of Jerry Pinella, Carlos Romero, and William Urquia, as well as our Community Development's Sunny Lai, who helped promote and pioneer the city's use of GIS and storyboards to most effectively leverage digital opportunities. Additionally, a special note of gratitude to Central Services graphic designer Alan Tang and the city manager's office very own Jill Reed. Alan served as a lead for the design and layout for both print and online versions, and Jill for coordinating with the departments to gather the content and images, including many that she took on her own, including this gem on the screen. She also helped with the design review and content edit. Finally, staff also thanks the council for their consideration of the material before you, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santana. And what the public has just seen is a synopsis of what the entire report looks like. When you see the entirety of the report, it's just amazing. Each and every department is photographic and statistics and some verbiage in there that explains absolutely everything, and even a QR codes that you can dive deeply into, whatever that department is. I'm very, very impressed. It's like a catalog of the city of Torrance, and that is way cool. Councilmember Griffith?
Yeah, in that same vein, I just want to thank staff for putting this together. I think it's a tremendous PR tool for the city. For people who are not familiar with our city, they can see what's going on. For people who live in our city, they can see what we've been doing all this time with their taxpayer money. It's just beautifully done. Maybe that's not the best choice of pages, but it's really spectacularly put together with imagery, links, very interactive, just a great tool, and thank you so much for putting this together. I think it's a valuable asset to have. Thank you.
And Councilmember Chen?
Thank you, Mayor. I too echo the share my gratitude with staff who put this together. I know that staff report did not say anything about this is the inaugural, because what I'm suggesting is, with the concurrence of council, that maybe this could be an annual report.
That's the plan, Councilor.
Got it. Okay, I just want to make sure. I didn't see it, and so that's why I thought maybe an annual report would be good. It's almost like, any other corporation, give your annual review. Maybe some things we did well and some things we could do better. I appreciate it.
Council, if I may, Mayor, Adam Torrance, City Manager, what Mr. Santana failed to mention, is the leadership that spearheaded this effort. A lot of times I come up with these great ideas, but behind every great idea, there's a team of capable individuals, and my philosophy is hire the best and let them do their job. Smart people, surround yourself around smart people. So credit to Mr. Santana and all of our department heads for embracing the vision. One of the components we're going to extend is trend analysis. It's one thing to tell our story with the community. It's another to see where there's opportunities. I was just jotting down an idea for next year. We'll have 2023 the year ahead. So we can reflect on our accomplishments, share our challenges, and yet lay the vision for the future. Something we also have implemented citywide is a priority setting and goal sharing among departments. As a follow-up to that, we'll be establishing an annual sort of internal state of the city so we can share with all of our employees from day one to the most tenured, where are we going as an organization? And then as a preview to what's coming, credit again to community development spearheading the integration of GIS, is the why Torrance angle. Imagine you enter a stadium from different gates, but you get to the field, and through the GIS portal, we'll be able to incorporate all the material we've created through the years, including this latest report, for various purposes: economic development, community engagement, business retention, business recruitment, and really leveraging stories from our testimonials from businesses, facts and figures, opportunities and challenges, and really create an annual system where we can share our story, share our message, bring a sense of civic pride, and community engagement, which I've heard from you and the community through our recent surveys, including the strategic plan, which will be another initiative coming before you once we get through the next few months. But again, Herculean task. I can't thank Jill and Danny enough, and Alan in General Services. And I ask the community, please click and share. Help us. It's one thing to have this document online. It's another to share and really leverage the QR codes, the way to communicate. And one more pitch, stay tuned. The My Torrance app, mobile interface, will be coming soon, which will create the entry path to the community for both service requests as well as resource linkages. Thank you.
Very exciting. Very, very exciting. Any other questions from the council? If not, I guess we take some calls.
Mayor, we have one caller, transferring him now. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I just can't believe this, all this wasted time and money and effort to promote the thing and let people know what a useless government, local government you are. I went to City Hall and I was gonna get a hard copy, but of course it's not available for Andy Porkchop. But this shows the way you ignoring the problems. The city is down the drain. The city is bankrupt. Then you go out and make this BS bullshit showing how great city is it, and you lie in the data. You said you spent $8 million on the PCH and Hawthorne Boulevard. You spent $21 million. Stop lying to the people with this bullshit. You are the worst city I can ever choose to live in. And it's
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because their time was up, and this includes callers for items 9I. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, and we've heard from Mr. Turda, I'll take a motion to accept and file the Torrance 2021 Year in Review Annual Report.
With gratitude, I move to accept and file.
And with thanks, I also second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9J, as in John. Public Works, adopt an ordinance amending Torrance's municipal code establishing mandatory organic waste disposal reduction requirements that mandated under state law.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. Jim Kiesel, Sanitation Services Manager. If you'll turn to supplemental number 1 to agenda item 9J, the recommendation is actually in the supplemental, and it reads as follows. The recommendation in the item is revised in its entirety to state, recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council adopt a California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, categorical exemption pursuant to guideline sections 15061B3, which has no potential for causing significant effect on the environment, and guideline section 15307 and 15308, action taken by an agency to protect the environment and natural resources, and adopting an ordinance amending Division 4 Public Health and Welfare of the Torrance Municipal Code of Chapter 3, Solid Waste Management, establishing a mandatory organic waste disposal reduction requirements under Senate Bill SB 1383 related to short-lived climate pollution, SLCP, and approve an ordinance for summary for publication. As you may be aware, SB 1383's goal is to reduce organic waste by 75% and increase edible food recovery by 25% by 2025. Once implemented, the residents will dispose of their food scraps into the green container, not the black container. And some other compliance areas for SB 1383 include organics collection, edible food recovery, education and outreach, procurement requirements for organic waste and recycled content paper products, enforcement and compliance, and capacity planning. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kiesel. Councilmember Groth?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think I mentioned this the last time we talked about this. This is a state mandated requirement. Am I not mistaken?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so we really don't have a choice to vote no on this, do we?
No, sir, we do not.
So it's pointless to actually call for a vote, but because I think if we actually were to vote on it up here, we'd probably vote no for it. But unfortunately, it's a state mandate that we have to follow. I think I can predict what the outcome will be. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a chair of 2 sanitation districts within Los Angeles County, the sanitation district is dealing with this as well. And we've been looking at it and looking for a methodology to resolve it. And I think, we've got another delay that we're allowed to, an extension, if you will,
correct,
until we have to impose it. And the other aspects in your business, our business on this is that recycles have diminished demonstratively, which was really a good offset for our trash hauling. And the green waste, the same thing, the numbers have gone down, and then we get mandated with this. But I know there's a big group of people who brought this forward with lots of encouragement to our Assembly and our Senate to get this passed so that they can save our planet and save our dumps and the greenhouse emissions and all of that. And it's unfortunate the technology hasn't caught up with us yet. And hopefully if we don't get it before then, there'll be another extension before we have to really truly implement it, but we have to move forward.
Well, right now, the goal is to implement by January 1st of 2023. When I was here 2 weeks ago, when we passed the resolution for the notice of intent to comply, that was our intent, is to enforce this act by January 1st of 2023, especially on the residential side. And as you speak to recycling, as you recall, when the February 15th meeting, we did pass a consent item, which was a new contract with Potential Industries, which is our recycling processor, that now allows the city to receive $15 per ton for our recycling as opposed to paying $25 per ton like the city had been doing. So there's a little bit of relief in that respect.
There is some good news attached.
Some good news.
All right. Any other questions from the council? Comments? No? And anybody on the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we have one caller in queue. Transferring him now. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, this is Andy Porchop again. Now, this is a good thing to see how you like your own medicine, a taste of your own medicine. When Sacramento has a law and you have to follow, you don't like it. But when you, Baldigos, passing a law or ordinance, we would have to like it. We should like it, right? And by the way, Pat Furry, you are the illegally elected mayor, so you should like it when they tell you what to do. And just get back to the topic, what happened to garbage disposal? I put my waste in garbage disposal. Hello, what happened to the garbage disposal? Is it illegal in Torrance? Hello, maybe you should send a letter to Sacramento. We have garbage disposal for food disposal.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. I have one more caller for items 9J, Mayor. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Listen, this thing has really pissed me off. Speaking as somebody who is disabled, just getting up there, I have a hard enough time just getting the 3 cans out that I have. And I can't imagine other elderly people that are in the same boat. It just seems like this world is passing elderly people by and disabled people by. Am I going to have recycle police at my house if I don't recycle my food scraps? This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. You've gone too far. And if this, the city fights for a lot of things. Maybe we should just fight to stop this. This is absolutely ridiculous. We got 3 cans as it is. I cannot believe this.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. And this includes callers for items 9J as in John. Thank you.
Thank you. Having heard from the public, having heard from the council, we'll take may we have a number entitled for the ordinance, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3898, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending section 43.6.5 and section 43.7.1 of the Torrance Municipal Code and a new Article 9 of Chapter 3 of Division 4 of the Torrance Municipal Code to comply with SB 1383 and Chapter 3 of Division 7 of Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations relating to organic waste disposal reduction.
Thank you. And I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of Public Works Director and adopt ordinance number 3898.
I move to concur with the recommendation of Public Works Director, adopt Ordinance 3898, and approve an ordinance summary for publication.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. That takes us to second orals. Again, this portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda, and it's 8:35. We have 15 minutes. Are there anybody in the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we have a few callers, transferring them now. Julia R., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm calling again this week to call for the firing of the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It's been over 2 years since his murder. This is the minimum, the bare minimum that you can do. We are also still calling for a civilian oversight committee for the racist Torrance Police Department. We have so much evidence to suggest that there is so much oversight that is needed by this department. We have 13 officers under investigation. It is unbelievable that that is still not done. It is such a small step towards anything even remotely resembling justice. You have to consider what your community members call in for every single week.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Cara M., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I'm calling also about Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who was killed in 2018, and I'm calling to ask that Concannon, Chavez, and Kawamoto, those officers who killed him, be fired, as the last caller did. I'm also calling to ask for a independent civilian oversight commission and support the moves you're making in that direction. It is unconscionable that someone could have been killed in so little time without having been violent or reactionary, and that nothing has been done. Thank you for listening and doing what we're asking.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. There are a few callers coming into the call center. Please stand by. Patriot, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Okay, my anger's over. I had my thing. Okay. Good evening, Mayor. Again, City Council, I stand with you. I stand with our police officers, firefighters, first responders, and city workers. The person before me was saying that there was no violence. Well, you have no idea, nobody has an idea except for the police that on his prior arrest from 2014 for Mr. Cowboy, possession of a firearm operating a chop shop, possession of a firearm is potential danger. So let's not just say they ran up and shot him, okay? The police officers were cleared. And, you know, don't do the crime. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you. I'm running out of time.
Mayor, we are waiting as more calls come into the call center.
Well, while we're waiting, we'll take care of council orals as well. So, Councilmember Kalani, you're first.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing further for this evening. I just want to wish everyone a good evening and stay well and safe.
Councilmember Walser?
I don't have much, it's just the 5% of me that is Irish wishes everyone a happy Thanksgiving.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a letter that I'd like to share from Girl Scout Troop 09855. Dear Honorable Mayor Fury and council members, our Girl Scout troop would like to thank Councilmember Ashcraft for being a guest speaker at our troop meeting in January and leading our Democracy Badge lesson plan. We love learning about our city and all the leaders and essential workers who help run it smoothly. As a group activity, our troop discussed what we love and appreciate about our city and how we can protect it. Below are the responses from the girls. Topic was what we loved about living in Torrance, attending great schools and having wonderful friends, having clean parks and fun playgrounds, visiting our libraries and borrowing books. What we are thankful for, our public works workers who keep our neighborhoods clean, street cleaning and trash services, our police and fire departments who keep our whole city safe, our Girl Scout troop, friendship and community service opportunities, our city, Torrance feels like a close-knit community. What can we do to keep Torrance a great city to live in? They said, keep the parks clean, make sure kids are safe, no bullying, be kind and share when playing together, ensure there are safe places for animals. The girls were all very excited when Councilmember Ashcraft gave each of the girls an official City of Torrance pin to put on their vest and offered to give a tour of City Hall in the near future. Again, many thanks to Councilmember Ashcraft for spending afternoon with our troop, and thank you, Mayor Fury and council members, for your leadership and your service to our city. And that is sincerely the Torrance Girl Scout Troop 09855. And I would like to thank their leaders and the parents because they are critical to our young women and young men and scouts to give them the opportunity to look at their city, understand about their city, and be involved with their students and children. So thank you, Girl Scouts. And I'd like to thank Mr. Shaparian for the idea of our annual year in review, and thank you to staff too. I didn't do it during that time, and I'm very grateful for such a great report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen?
Thank you, Mayor. I think as I see the world go unravel less than a week, my heart goes out to the people of Ukraine, and I'm looking at all the leaders worldwide to exercise wisdom, courage. Times like this, we quickly realize what are real life necessities. Equipping our public safety departments to protect us whenever we are in the time of need. As I watch the civilians from Ukraine pretty much escaping with only what they had within minutes of thinking what are true necessity of life, maybe 1 or 2 suitcases. I am grateful for this nation for keeping us safe and all our first responders, all those who serve in the military. And my heart continues to go out with those in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffin?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to mention once again, as liaison to the Torrance Sister City Association, that they are still in the search for a English teacher who's willing to commit to 1 year in our sister city, Kashiwa, Japan, to teach English in high school there for the tremendous pay of 4,800,000 yen. That's a great opportunity for somebody who's interested. And if there is anyone out there interested, please contact the Torrance Sister City via the information available on the website, torrancesistercity.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any callers in the call center yet?
Yes,
take them
Mayor,
now?
we'll transfer the call now. Mary F., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm once again calling in, and I'm really disappointed about the fact that you allow
people to call in and say such horrible and untrue things about people, which actually is against your rules of order. So Torrance, quote unquote, patriot, shouldn't have been saying what she was saying, and you didn't cut her off. And I find that interesting that if it would have been Black Lives Matter who would have done something like that, you would have cut them off in a second. But that also just shows who you are and who you've always been. And I'm glad to see that you're finally doing something and that you have it up for a vote to be able to say that, take it to the residents. But the fact that this is your response is still lacking. You need to create a Civilian Oversight Commission, point blank, period. Has nothing to do with putting it up with a survey. It has everything to do with the fact that it's the right and necessary thing to do at this moment, right now. It should not be anything that you have to consider. It's taken 3 years. 3 years for you.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. And we have no more callers in queue at the call center. Thank you.
All right, well then, it's my turn. Thank you all again for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your input really helps shape our community. Even the people who go off topic and talk about whatever they feel like talking about. Just a couple of announcements. You can check out the spring edition of Torrance Seasons online now. Registration for Torrance residents begins today, March 1st, with non-residents able to register beginning next Tuesday, the 8th. There are lots of great classes and programs the city has to offer for kids and adults. Whether you're middle-aged or you're a senior, you can find it on in the Torrance Seasons. Just go to torranceca.gov/class registration. And this weekend, be sure to stop by the Torrance Farmers Market as the City of Torrance partners with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters for a mask giveaway. They've committed to donating actually 5,000 KN95 masks this Saturday at the Farmers Market, and I'll be there in the morning to kick off this great gesture of kindness. There will be local volunteers there to hand out the masks to ensure all of our residents continue to have face masks readily available to them. We're getting close to the end, but we're not at the end yet, so it's still important. And although we're talking about lifting mask mandates or listing requirements of masks, it doesn't preclude you from wearing a mask. My wife and I have made the observation that in the last 2 years, not only have we avoided COVID, we've also not had a cold. We've also not had the flu. We've had no upper respiratory infections at all in the 2 years, and I have to give it to the wearing the mask constantly, and I think it works, and I would encourage it. And I'm not stopping wearing my mask. I'm going to stay healthy. Then next weekend, El Camino College brings back the 36th annual Onizuka Space Science Day, which honors the 7 crew members who lost their lives on the Space Shuttle Challenger. The event, named after one of the astronauts, Ellison Onizuka, will take place on Saturday, March 12th, inside the Marcy Auditorium at El Camino College. Local 5th through 12th grade students, along with adults, are invited to hear special guest speaker, Dr. Michael Barrett, former NASA astronaut, along with classroom presenters, hands-on experiments and demonstrations, and much more. This is to get youth in our community interested in the aerospace industry, which is right here on our doorstep, right around the corner. And as we inch closer to the endemic phase of COVID-19, be sure to get the latest news on local and county update. You can follow us on social media, and for daily updates, tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. and weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 p.m. And I want to wrap up tonight's meeting by wishing everyone a happy St. Patrick's Month. Given my Irish heritage, and I started off that way, why celebrate a day when we can celebrate an entire month? And it's not only my heritage, it's my namesake. We like to celebrate the entire month, so not just on March 17th, which also happens to be the day of the 2022 Mayor's State of the City Address. The Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce is planning the return of an in-person luncheon this year at the Doubletree Hilton in Torrance. After 2 years of meeting virtually, I'm really looking forward to seeing the many familiar faces at this year's event. And in a discussion with the CEO president of the Chamber of Commerce just earlier today, she was very excited. She said, we already have 180 RSVPs. She equates that to people who want to gather together, and she also equates that they want to hear from me about what's happening in the city. I equate it to the menu, which is going to be corned beef and cabbage. So, and I want to leave you with an Irish toast, or an Irish, actually a prayer. Having a place to go is home. Having someone to love is family. Having both is a blessing. Well, thank you again for joining us tonight. We'll see you back here in 2 weeks on March 15th, which will be 2 days before St. Patrick's Day. Be safe out there and have a good night. I hit it right at 8:50. We have one more caller?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Transferring the caller now.
Can I right now, okay?
Yes, please, your 1 minute.
How do you do? And sometimes, not so much good connection. Can I speak now, okay?
Yes, ma'am, please proceed.
Okay, all right. My name is Susan Levens. I do like to know, most important for us is how much going to up the amount. And first of all, right now $100 credit, and from July about totally about $200 up. But I heard today, this morning, some other residents here said about 50% going to up. That means everybody different amount paying, and basically amount. That amount 50%, or other words, and 2000 until 2000, they're going to up and up and up. Because I live here 25 years, that means my basically amount much cheaper than other people. And some ones are very late. New residents are.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. And this concludes oral communication number 2. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night to you. It's time for a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn our city council meeting to Tuesday, March 15th, 2022 at 5 p.m. for closed session with regular business commencing at 6:30 p.m.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. Happy St. Patrick's Month one more time. We'll see you in 2 weeks.